Okay. Hello, internets.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Kind of
So,
looks like no one's watching yet there.
yeah,
So let's see.
I'll give people a few minutes to join, and in the meantime, we can get my IDE set up for this stuff because I have it set for SIBO things.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
can
something we want to
probably
do
also
yet.
retweet this. So, two people
Cool.
watching. Probably you and me. Just checking that things
Yes.
are going.
Okay, so I'm going to go to master, which recently had a release. So there was a release of circuits this morning. The 1.7 release has a lot of new um, well, it has the features that we've kind of been working on in the streams and things of that nature. So that's all good, and people can now use the released version when doing things, and we'll be more or less on the same page in terms of features and things like that.
Yeah.
So today, oh, were you going to say something?
Yeah, no, just wanted to say, yeah, that we are doing that.
Yeah.
And currently we still have two
Okay.
viewers, so let's have everyone who is viewing put an emote into the chat, just so we
Yeah, that
can
would be great.
count. We see Fariza here. Well,
Yeah.
I'm also around.
So
And
actually, one thing to check with Visa would be if the 1.7 had this change to the branch component or not.
I think it had.
Okay, so here, I'm looking at branches, and so this is the change I was talking about. But it's not like a conflict after trying to update it. So I'm guessing it must be not updated, or is it possible that it's like causing my update to fail? But anyway, so let me roll that back and then try to update the project to master. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Cool. So now we can do things this way, and we should have a nice up-to-date system for circuits. Yep, sounds good. So anyway, I think maybe we can also spend a little bit of the time talking about those features real quick.
So do you want to
So
introduce
if you
them?
go to yeah, so we have some great release notes prepared by Frieza. And it has been a while, but essentially one of the main things that we've done this time around is to add branching, things like while and if. So that's what we were talking about there. And then in a couple of streams ago, we added the new compiler, which is now Python based. So that helps us with, compiling Python with Python is probably a good idea. It's a lot more, I would say, maintainable now. Less, like string manipulation left, right, and center. And then we were also able to add the RabbitMQ and MQTT libraries, as well as Streamlit support that I added, and RPA, which is something that we've gotten from the community that we'll be testing out in the stream. So I think I'm going to try and not necessarily have to make use of everything, but if I can use MQTT or route MQ and as well as RPA and the other things that we're working on to automate stuff, I think that'll be kind of cool. So that's what we're planning on doing in the stream. Um, yeah, and I think that's pretty much it for the 170 release. And yeah, but before we get into the RPA features that Yen has created, um, there's one thing that every kind of developer, I think, runs into every once in a while, which is you have to do a little bit of boilerplate when it comes to doing things with circuits components. So when you're creating circuits component, um, you have to create these like ports, right? Like to create the ports by setting some instance variables definitions. And then after that, you have to write the init function, which calls the empty version of those, or you can also call ones with a default value if that's what you want. And then you have to finally do the execute. And that's fine when you only have two things, but in the real world, when you have like a lot of things, there's just like it gets to be a lot after a while. When you have like, model name and prompt and tokens and temperature and completion, all these things kind of get really annoying to have to write twice. So I want to make it so that we only have to write it once.
Yeah. It's
And
not just
many
that
times
it's
on the stream,
write it once or write it twice.
mhm,
It's kind of we forget about it a lot.
yes, exactly. Like many times on the stream, I have forgotten to do this self-done, and then we run it, and then there's a problem, and that does not spark joy. So uh, we want to get rid of that. Now, I don't think we can get rid of the init function, but you can call super, and I think what we can do is make super be a little bit smarter about what's going on. And if we can do that with a little bit of reflection, it should be possible to get rid of all of this boilerplate so that you
I
can
think if
essentially
we
create a
don't
component.
want to add anything in addition there,
Mhm.
we can do that too. So I think we can get rid of the init
Hmm,
function as long as we don't need to have
completely
anything custom in it. And if you need to have anything custom, then you call super.
interesting. Okay, well then maybe let's go give that a try. Um,
I mean, let's bring
so
up
let's,
maybe a REPL to
mhm,
show the basic idea of what we're going to do or how it's supposed to work.
yeah, let's go into the presentation mode here. Okay, so if you go into REPL,
Yeah, so you can define like, let's have a class, I don't know, foo or something.
mhm,
And it doesn't have to be based on object or anything. But now you can just define your fields. No, not without the def,
mhm.
just the
Ah,
way that we would have the fields.
okay, so field one, which is a stir, and then maybe field two, which is a int.
Yeah, and I guess that's already all that we need to show the basic idea of how things are supposed to work.
Yeah, something
Just
like
hit
that.
enter again, and now create a new foo. And there is on foo this annotations thing. By
This
calling
is new Python 3.
foo.annotations, now we can see
Aha.
all of those things.
Well, that is
So
cool.
that way we should be able, and I've tried it to go through the inheritance hierarchy, and
Mhm.
even if the topmost level calls for the annotations, it will get the annotations of all the subclasses too. So
Hmm.
if you put that into base component, like the init of base component,
Okay.
we can set it for everything.
That is nice. So we'll do self dot annotations. So let's maybe call this all ports as self dot annotations, and then for key type, and all ports
items, I think.
values, items. That's what. And
Hey,
then
it looks
what we
like
can do
we're
is say,
getting more people who are watching. So yeah, hey
oh,
everyone
cool.
who's watching. If you want to ask questions about what we're doing, yeah, feel free to ask.
Yeah, feel free to go ahead. We're just going to be extending circuits here to make things a little bit easier for the circuits developers, essentially, so that you don't have to manually specify things, reducing boilerplate here. So I think what we need to do is call set adder. And then we use self key, and then the value would be, either an inarg or incomparg dot empty of the thing, right? So
There are a
if
few things that we want to set there, I think. One of them is just the things that we expect to be available on everything, and then the things in the annotation. Didn't we have like next and
we did have
then?
next, yes.
Yeah.
So essentially we want to only deal with things that are in args or in comp args or out args. So this would be in comp arg class, and then else if type is out arg dot class. And I'm not sure if this is the best way to do the type. Well, we'll have to experiment with that. Then we do out arg empty. And I guess that's pretty much it. Kind of
I think you
seems
can use.
graceful.
I mean, so type is usually a function in Python. So you're kind of shadowing that. And
Ah,
so if you call it something else, then you could use type on inarg, and then you don't have to go with the underscore args. So if type arg is type inarg, do we even need that?
uh-huh.
I'm not
It's a
even
good question.
I
So
I'm not
what is it? So type
sure whether we need that.
type stir is a class type, which is the same output as this. So um, so you have foo annotations, right? And then foo annotations has field 1. And then if this is type stir,
I think
that's
is
false.
also Yeah, exactly. I think we can just do it
Aha!
directly
I
like
see, I
that.
see. Okay.
Because once again,
So
we are
if
we are
type
back in
arg,
Python. We are not
oops.
in
Yeah,
another language. Yeah, the language switching can get annoying sometimes.
yeah. That's kind of why there's people out there that are all like, let's rewrite everything in Rust or Lisp or whatever. And yeah, as you've gained a lot of experience in different languages, it kind of realize, it doesn't matter that much. But then, yeah, it does it gets annoying, right? When you're switching back and forth all the time.
Especially when you have some
Sometimes you have to do
nice
it.
features.
Yeah, exactly. You start to miss the features, which is the problem of using Scala, I think. Shots fired. It's also kind of quiet. I think we'll turn on that night driving music again. That was
Yeah,
nice,
yeah.
right? I'll set it to maybe 10 or something like that. Okay, cool. So,
So we have in arc, in comp arc, out arc. Do we have anything else that we need to take care of? I think in
not really.
component we want to set something.
Ah, I also forgot. We have to do self.done equals
Yeah, we
false
currently have that
before we forget it
like
again.
as an annotation on component and not on base component.
Oh, okay. So actually then, um,
We could go into
put that in
the
here.
component, and there we have our call to super and set those things. It's yeah, that super
Super.
call, and then
So,
nah, it's isn't it super, and then you have to call init it's specifically.
yes, I think it was something like that, but
And
I'm not sure if we have to. I think this is
we
okay.
don't have to pass the self, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, not anymore.
And now we set next
Oh,
to
things are
none
so
and done to false.
false. Self.next is to none. So that was another thing we kind of ran into, right? Like next did not necessarily exist. It was like the compiler would always generate the next and would set it to none, but it wasn't necessarily set. So
Yeah, that
yeah,
kind
that could
of
cause
came up
problems.
as we created the branch components, where it doesn't necessarily have to have one. And that's also why Fariza had to introduce the try catch that he had in that version of the branch component.
Yep. Then I think we can open up branches. And this was a base component. Oh, interesting. The branch component is a base component, which is the original. But we rely on it having a next, which base component does not have a next. So we actually kind of have to make this a component if we're going to do that right.
Yeah, and
Because
I'm kind of
we're
wondering
kind of
whether
assuming that there's a next.
I'm wondering whether we should also pick up from the annotations anything that is a component or a base component and set that to none.
I guess it doesn't hurt. So here and then go back to our base component, and then else if type after type arg before I forget. Base component. And does that work with subclassing?
No. So because you don't get an instance, you get a class.
Interesting.
So it needs to be kind of different there.
But actually, in that sense, is somebody
there is
extending
a
in
subclass.
arg something we want to support? Oh.
And yeah, we can use is subclass there, so we can check whether type arg is a subclass of base component.
Type arg base component. And then if that's the case, then we set pattern self key no.
And that means that we technically don't have to explicitly set self.next anymore.
That's nice. And today we don't support any. Do we want to have support for subclassing in arg? Today, it is not necessary.
Yeah.
But it is
technically we can easily support it by just using a subclass, right? But is comp arg its own thing, or in comp arg is its own thing, out arg is its own thing, in arg is its own thing. So technically we can have all of that with a subclass. And then if someone, for whatever reason, wants to subclass it, they're free to do so.
Yeah. But so what would, we don't need it now. But I was kind of thinking, what does it mean to subclass in arg? And what could that be? And so one kind of thing that happens, right, is that it's sometimes you want to have a string, right? But the string can only be certain things. So you might want to have type name. It has to be either a string or int or whatever. And so you could have a drop down arg that someone could, maybe have a comment string that is an input, something like this, or some kind of cool feature like that, maybe down the line.
Yeah, there's a different problem though, and anyone who was just watching very carefully has seen it on my screen here as I added it to the stream. We currently directly match on in arg, in comp arg, and out arg when we are parsing the components. So if someone is using something different than that, then they are just out of luck.
That's true.
And
so I guess it's
the same kind of applies to those the parts that are supposed to be floor arguments. If it isn't a base component, then it's not being parsed.
Yeah, so I guess that's fine. I don't really have an idea of what you'd want to have instead of base component.
I guess just people trying to restrict what they want to accept there.
Possibly.
But then we get into the problem of kind of halfway
it's like
Python stuff.
Exactly. It becomes it becomes unintuitive in terms of we have the canvas, which won't really understand any of that stuff. And then if we make it understand that stuff, then the canvas will become like harder to use, right? Like you could have a component that only accepts certain components down the line.
Exactly.
And that, yeah, that's a little weird. Anyway, so let's see if this breaks anything, I think. And to
Hey,
do
we have
that,
actually a
um,
new someone who is watching or
you,
has said hello the first time. So hello,
how's it going?
Edilex Midov, or however it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm sorry if I absolutely butchered your username there.
So anyway, let's also make sure that I have all the submodules checked out. How do you do that again? Submodule. Is it like pool?
Update,
Sync
maybe? Sync.
or update. Okay. So yeah, I think we have all of those. And then
I guess we should
to
just try it out
compile
with one of the components that we recently added, maybe.
yes. So I think let's redo the dance to install and then run the develop overwrite. Well, I'm not sure, like what of the developments things are actually required. Though I guess nothing because I haven't changed anything here.
Technically, we could just change the components directly because it doesn't really like we don't because
Yeah,
we are not
sir.
really
Yeah.
touching the Jupyter Lab part of it.
Mhm.
We can just change it, I think.
Good point. So I'll just start up circuits and then let's see how that goes. I'm not sure if canceling this pip thing is going to cause problems or not.
Yeah, just let's finish. It's not going to take that much longer.
Although I'm still... Oh, okay. That might be a thing, right? Because this used to be a 1.6 and we just updated to 1.7. So does that mean I need to run Jupyter Lab extension develop again?
Maybe.
It's probably safer to do that, I think.
But I mean, for now, for what we want to do, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So let's give my MacBook Pro a sec to do what it needs to do. There we go. Okay, now let's circuits up and get started. I want to do this in a Chrome, if possible. Let's go here. And rearrange some windows. There we go. Okay, cool. So just to check that we didn't break anything, I think we can print some stuff. We're gonna print a hello world message. That is weird. Let me close that out.
Yeah, that reminds me of like you had that weird bug last time when you had this inconsistent version.
Yeah. It always happens when you rebuild things, says Frieza. Which, yeah. So I think we do need to go through the entire thing. So it's like missing.
Yeah. I mean, because you've. I thought you wouldn't be using Jupyter Lab. We could have used, the command line compiler and.
Yeah, well, the things are going to be okay with the command line compiler.
I mean, we shouldn't have
I'm
broken anything.
Completely sure that everything will be fine.
Like, we shouldn't have broken
exactly.
anything on the Jupyter Lab side of things with this. And with the command line compiler, we could have just created a Python file from one of the examples and run that.
Yeah, I guess we could try that. So we do Python. How do we run the command line compiler?
It's literally circuits compile.
Oh.
With a dash in between. Thought you would have it, yeah.
Let's do untitled 1 circuits. I don't know what that is, but we can do that. I'm going to put test1.py. Just index
I guess your untitled 1 isn't necessarily a valid maybe use one of the examples. The branch example, maybe.
Let's see. So let's go to Excel components.
It's in the examples directory.
Oh. Examples. Then we have branching, control flow.
I guess they got renamed.
Okay. Then if we Python control flow branch.py, yeah, things work.
Yeah, that's still working. Now let's start breaking things.
Yeah.
You don't need to remove the py file though.
I like keeping things clean, except for this home directory where I have everything. What was weird to me is that when I set it to, I want to make sure I have a working circuits. So when I put lab extension develop dot overwrite, things happened, and then when I enabled circuits, it said circuits 6161. I'm supposed to be on.
Wasn't sure. Yeah. He said, did I forget to update that extension string?
Well,
so I guess there will be a 171 release coming soon.
Yeah. Although I guess the server didn't necessarily change, so. But I can go to utils, print. But the message is not working.
Can you hit F12 and then refresh? Maybe you're loading something from cache. And also put the checkmark on disable cache.
Yeah, let's do that. Well, I think I'd expect, because there's that build, that everything would be kind of unique, but you should never assume. You'll only make an ass out of you as they like to say. Okay, so we can add a print, and there we go. Now we have a string. Yeah, so it must have been a cache thing. Okay, then we
And now we
finish,
can close the
and we
DevTools.
can run.
It should actually,
There we go.
it could complain. It doesn't necessarily have to complain, but can you remove the
Okay.
connection from print to finish?
Yeah, it will complain.
Okay.
Now the message is that you have to connect all nodes before running, but that's not exactly correct. You have to essentially ensure that at least one, there's at least one flow that finishes. By connecting that up, then we can save and run print, and the save and run dialog is another thing that we fixed. Okay, so if we edit, open the script, we can see that print is one of these components that has an init function, and we should be able to get rid of it. Save.
Yeah.
Then recompile and run. Everything should still work.
Yeah,
Ooh, but it doesn't.
Looks like we have some more viewers again. So, hey guys, welcome here. We're currently working on some quality of life features for our circuits application. And circuits is, well, as you can see, it's a low-code environment for doing AI stuff. Yeah.
Or anything really. But kind of the original focus was AI stuff and those kind of workflow type things in a UI that is visual for the plebs out there, and also that doesn't limit you in any way, because behind the scenes it's actually Python, and doing it in with a UI that is similar to Unreal, which is a successful kind of like tool for doing all sorts of things with without code. So by taking following in those steps, footsteps, we're able to create something like this, but for Python. It's pretty fun. Okay, so I think the problem is that we have asked if subclass base component, but we're inside of base component right now, and we don't have that.
Are you sure? Can you show me the? So the type error is
arg1 must be a class.
And
what is it? You can't do that inside because it's not defined yet, right? So it's like the way Python kind of is behind the scenes is it's like doing base component equals class, and then you do the thing. You don't necessarily have access to the class by name until the scope is done.
Then we should use type of self.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Like, we could use self dot under class or something like that.
Okay, let's click run again and see what
is happens. That right? I guess it's right.
I don't know. It's actually not right.
Yeah,
because
like
self is different in like the subclasses.
Yeah, exactly. If you have a base component, something that extends base component, now this is going to break, right? So we want I mean, I guess we could just do the string, right? So let's go back to PyCharm. Hold on. So if we do class foo, right? And then def init, then I say print stir self class. Yeah, we have class
apparently,
thing, right?
I'm not sure whether
That is annoying. But I think that would work, right? So like if we do
I think
if
that's
type arg.
so when we're doing reference self-references in the type annotations, there is a special thing for it there in the typing extensions. But is there maybe something better for us?
Print has no attribute MSG.
Wait.
Did the init not run? I have the feeling the init did not run. Which means that...
Ah, right. Have you closed that and leave it as it was?
Like this?
Yeah. Now, don't forget to close the circuit output tab before rerunning.
Oh yeah. It totally did that. But, so this follows my kind of understanding is if you don't call super, it's not going to call super.
I mean, when I did
but it's something that
before
we can check.
Worked.
If I do a class foo, def in itself, print foo, then class bar, which is a foo that has no init, and make a bar. Okay, it does call the init foo.
Yeah.
So something must not be right here.
I mean, we could.
We're gonna have to debug it over here.
Yeah, we could just debug it. You can run the Python script, and you can run it from your IDE even, and that way you get the nicer debugger.
Should be this, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look what is on C0.
C0 is print.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can open it up in the debug console. Okay, done is set to false, which is being set explicitly in component.
In component. But the super is not running.
Let's go to component again. Did we do something wrong with this super call? Did we have to maybe, do you have to provide the self here? No, not there. On the super itself.
Possibly. What was the problem?
Right. I think you need to pass in both component and self.
Yeah, type. That's old, isn't it? Hold on. That's like old Python 2 stuff.
Python 3.0,
Python 3
you can just use super and init. Okay, so the way how it was is how it is supposed to have worked.
Yeah, this is the old one. And then they added super here. Like this is the new way.
Yeah. Okay, so without the self,
so let's set a
you passed
breakpoint
to
here and restart. And then get rid of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we go in here, then we have message, which is a in arg, and then this doesn't do it that way.
Yeah. So let's take a look at what it really is.
It seems to be a generic alias.
Yes. What can we do
Generic
with this
alias.
What even is a generic alias?
Type arg. What is the string of type arg? It's kind of a little bit longer than I'm expecting. And then in arg would be this class thing. So that's why they're kind of different.
Yeah.
Built-in function any. Oh, right, because it has a type parameter.
Oh, right. So
Which we're kind of not really caring about in most cases. So there is inst name and special, but doesn't seem to, yeah, there's like nothing we can do about that. There is stuff in it. And, but I guess we might be stuck with.
what
about his subclass?
Now let's see. What do we get there?
But his subclass. Then the class is the type. So we do type arg. And do in arg. Well, that's not right. So if we do class on this, it'll be wrong because that's the generic alias, the type. Now, what were we going to say?
It isn't actually a type that we get there.
Yeah.
What can we do? Oh, hey.
Unfortunately, there's not much.
Hey, you have.
Oh, hey. Yen is here. Which is cool because we'll be using Yen's library later. Which will be the first time I'm using it. So that'll be kind of cool. I know. I know one way that will work. But it's disgusting.
Oh no, don't do that.
But the problem is there's like nothing in type arg. Like type arg is there's nothing we can do with it. Right. So if you dir the thing, we're going to get just like generic stuff. The only thing you can do with it is instance check. we have type arg, right? And then is instance type arg in arg. Yeah, that's not going to work. That does work.
Subscripted generics cannot be used with class and instance checks. I think that is actually kind of where we want to be going.
Right, so we'd have to say is instance type arg, and then in arg any. Oh, is instance type arg in arg any class? Really?
Okay.
Sure. I mean, that's super willy-nilly kind of thing. But what if we don't have an any? Is it also a stir class? It is.
What if you put?
Does that mean it's also? But it's no Python and loosey goosiness. So what it's saying is that this will work.
Yeah.
And as long as someone is using something, some type parameter of some sort, then this check passes at least.
Yeah, and I think it has to be like you have to use the type parameter. Yeah, because if you don't use a type parameter, then you're going to not be parsed.
Yeah.
Because it explicitly works only for in arc, in comp arc, and out arc, where it has the type parameter.
I don't know how I feel about that, because that is the way Python rolls. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, but that does run. So if we do this is the magic incantation.
Cool. That means we can remove like hundreds of lines of code now.
Yes. Everywhere. We can go here and be like,
yeah.
This branch component, useless. Get rid of it. Okay, and then this loop component, init, yeah, useless. Get rid of it. We don't need this weight of this code. This one has states, so this one needs super init. And this is just because this counter component is a little weird. Something we probably should get rid of, actually. State. Yeah, it's like, it's weird. You shouldn't be doing this. It's like icky kind of stuff. Essentially, every time you run this component, it's going to change. So you have like a stateful component, and that is weird. But you know, it's what we did there. This has a mutable variable, so we definitely want to update that. So I guess this should be, these two things are things that the super init will take care of for us, but then we want to change value to be the mutable variable.
Exactly.
In this case. These are all default. And this is a component. And we can super init that. Okay, so then everything in branches is now updated. And we can give that a quick check, I think. So,
you can pull up one of the examples that use it.
let's see, examples, control flow. So if we run this, it does seem to work. Don't know where I've come to bargain comes from.
You come to bargain?
It's like, yeah,
yeah.
It
is a literal string that goes into print.
Yeah, I just don't know what it comes from. I'm not as cultured as Fariza is, I think. Yeah, so that's cool. So with that, yeah, it means you can just do class loop, put your things, put your inargs, and then just do your do or execute, and you're done. That will save much time.
I think one let's take a look at the training components, because those are like, they have a reason to have an init, but they probably still need to call super.
Is that now in PyTorch?
Well, the one that I looked at just now were in XAI Learning, but I think it is...
Yeah, we got rid of that one. Or we didn't get rid of it, we kind of moved it. The things that are Keras go into Keras.
Yeah, but we have the thing that I want to talk about here still. So, as you can see, we have some default values here.
Ah, yes.
And they're kind of, I guess, almost get lost with all the empties around it.
Yeah.
So we could still have our super init call and then set only the default values.
Yeah. It would be cool if there's a way to specify this in there.
And you could even set something like self-learning rate.value is 1 point and 1 is 1 e minus 3. You're still missing the equals?
Yeah. I'm thinking if that works. I think so. Yeah, so I guess that's the new style is like this. Yeah, that works fine. The only case, yeah, in the case that we need it, right, where this value is going to be used in the input to the next thing, that works because yeah, it's either in the end it's going to have the right value in there. So
yeah, just that's the value that it gets when it gets created, and if it needs to be, connected to the next thing, then it's yeah, if it needs to be connected to the next thing, then it gets connected to the next thing, and that literally overrides that default value.
Yeah.
We could even pass out that default value now.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, can we do that? I think not, but...
No, but I mean, we can literally get it from the init. So we can, when we are parsing the files, we are using the AST parser anyway. So we can look into the init function and if it is setting something that is in arc or whatever, we can just see that. I mean, that would be mostly for documentation purposes, to show that in the UI.
Ah, I see. Yeah, if you have a lot of these things, I guess it can be a little annoying, and it would be cool if there was a way to do it in one line, but I don't.
But then you can't,
Not sure.
you know, do more complex things if we have to do it there.
Get rid of the empties. And just set the values, which I kind of like.
It makes it easier to see what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. It is a shame that we can't do something all in one line. That would be genuinely pretty cool. But it's just like not a thing that Python supports. So if we do it, it would be like we're on our own.
Yeah, it kind of turns it into a class variable if you do it outside of init.
Yeah, and I have the feeling that it would have like a just like non-trivial failure. Well, not failure, but like so this thing is really there, right? And it's attached to the class. And so if you were to change this somehow, it might affect all of them.
Instances.
Yeah, exactly. So just to stay away from that, I think that would be, it's just something to stay away from, I think. But then, this is kind of tedious.
So if you want to speed this particular thing up, you could just bring up Vim and do a regex-based replace. Or maybe you can even do that in PyCharm.
Or Emacs like a man.
And no one has the time to wait for Emacs to start up.
Sick burn.
And I mean, literally, just save this, switch over to your PyCharm, and do the search and replace.
But what would I be searching and replacing?
What you would be searching for is in arc followed by parentheses. So open up.
We are in Torch NN layers. So in Torch, PyTorch, there we go. Torch NN layers.
Yeah. So bring up search and replace.
Find replace.
Yeah, okay, so let's search for in arc followed by a parenthesis and do a backslash before that. Then put an actual parenthesis there with a parenthesis dot plus question mark. No, literally dot plus question mark, yeah. And then Yes. And before that, you also want to have the space, the equals, and the space before that too. And now you can replace that with value equals $1. Now hit replace all.
Cool.
And
still need to do that there, but
yeah, but you still need to kind of go through everything else, decide. And it just saves you a few seconds per file.
Yeah.
Why are you calling that here? Like you can drop the entire
that's true.
unit.
Yeah. You have that there, and these are empty, so you can get rid of this one. And true to programming style, we finally decided to automate it at the last one in which it was useful.
I mean, we're going to go through more things, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that we're going to go through all of them. But
ooh, this one's old style. So in the old style, we had, before empty, we had like this none business. And I think I added empty because something was complaining. I think it was Visual Studio Code or something kind of. I was pretty sure it was PyCharm that was telling me like this is the wrong type. But it appears to not complain about that anymore, so it doesn't matter. But actually, I think for this, we can just get rid of all the inits. There's nothing.
Yeah.
This is delete. Okay, so that's fine.
It's complaining because it's saying that. Oh, are you working on files that are outside of your working directory or so?
It's so Circuits is a weird program for PyCharm. Yeah. So we can ignore what it thinks. We should be able to get rid of all of these things and just. This pull request will be so epic.
Satisfying pull request.
Yeah.
Like add 6 lines, remove 600.
That's how it's done. That's why they pay me the big bucks. But I'm my own boss, so so I pay myself nothing. It doesn't that doesn't work so well when you work for yourself.
Just say that's why they pay you the kilobucks, and 0 kilobucks is still kilobucks.
Yeah. Cool. So let's make a new branch and put what do we call this? Revamp component init. Sounds like a nice name, I think.
And that sounds like you're British.
Why does it sound like British? Revamp component init.
Revamp the component init.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. So then we just do this like make initializing. Make components great again. We don't want to feed fire to the internets. We are talking on the internets here.
Ah, right.
Components.
Less error prone.
Yeah, in args. Or args, I guess. In args. Option. They're automatic, I guess.
Yeah.
Only need init functions when you want to specify a default value. Seems reasonable for me. Okay, so with that out of the way, I think we can go to the main event that we wanted to work on,
Right.
which is
Let's do that.
using my OpenAI tools and also the RPA ones. So first, need to get the RPA ones running. I hate every time I do that. So what I just did is that because this is a tabbed document and I have muscle memory, I instinctively close the tabs with Command W, which closes Chrome, because that's the command to close tabs in Chrome. And it is very annoying. Anyway, so let's go back. Okay, so we've finished step 1, and now we can go on to step 2, which is testing out the circuit's RPA components. So I've never used these, and I've been interested in seeing them.
It will be interesting
But
to
they
see
are
how it works on macOS, because we've seen
good point. If it doesn't
weird
work on
behavior
macOS,
on Windows in some cases.
interesting. I mean, if it doesn't work on macOS, I would be running these things in a Windows VM anyway. Just like have this VM or a Windows machine that's just like running these things 24/7 for me. So that'd be kind of cool. But anyway, so we have this RPA folder is empty because we move this out, right? So if I remember correctly, we need to run a command to get things in there, and I forget what the command was. But we can view our fabulous documentation. Oh, and you know what's a funny thing? Just a few minutes ago, this Better Touch tool that I use also added OpenAI support. So you can go here and you go to artificial intelligence down here, and you can transform and replace selection with ChatGPT to anything.
That's nice.
And that is very nice. I will
just put your own API key there, I guess.
Yep, you put your own API key there, and then you can like just take whatever text anywhere and then just make it go to ChatGPT, which would be pretty cool. And just a really good way. Like one thing that kind of sucks is, like let's say you want to translate stuff. That should work in Mac, but it doesn't always work. So if you're like, in PyCharm and you want to take this and you want to translate this, you can right click on it, and you can't because it's changed the thing. So sometimes what you have to do is like you take some text and then you open up text edit, and then you paste it in text edit, and then you can highlight it and then you can translate it, and then it translates with the default stuff, and it's not super great, but it's it's useful sometimes. And with that shortcut, we can make it like just you highlight whatever and then send it to ChatGPT with a prompt that says translate this into Japanese, and that sometimes works pretty well. But anyway, so let's go to
it's surprising how well it works actually for translations.
Yes.
You still need to understand kind of the language that it is supposed to be in, so you can't use it blindly. Yeah. But neither should you do that with any translator anyway, unless you like have no other option. Because like my father used to do technical translations. Well, of sales documents for really highly technical stuff. And like he usually got things pre-translated from a professional translator because he was actually an engineer. And like those translations were sometimes hilariously wrong because the technical jargon, like they've translated technical jargon which made it like made that documentation sometimes like read like a joke.
Like there's one other thing that I mean, so there's this podcast that's really good called what is it called, Resonant Arc or something like that, where they go over like video games. They kind of discuss the video games, and it's a really great podcast with great music. And they're currently doing Final Fantasy VI, which is Final Fantasy III in America. And the interesting thing is that the translation of Final Fantasy VI is bad. It's like it's the worst one that they've ever did. And there's a couple of reasons for it. One is that the person that they got to do the translation he wasn't a gamer, so he didn't really understand many of those things. And I'd say there's actually a few things. One is that at the time, Nintendo of America wanted to censor all these things, right? So nobody goes to a tavern or a bar; they go to a cafe. Right? They drink juice and things like that. So he had those kind of constraints, but he also had the constraint of it has to be done in 1 month. And Final Fantasy VI was, already at the limit of its memory budget and could not get any more memory, so had to do it in the same number of bytes essentially. And so he had a terrible job ahead of him when he did that, but he couldn't translate it very well, so he kind of like he put in like pop culture references here and there, like Beavis and Butthead and stuff like that. And when you look at it now, it's like it's unfortunate. But yeah, anyway. So I want to add the RPA component, and I know there is a command to do that. I don't know what it is. Do you know what it is?
I'll leave you to look for it for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I can find it on the GitHub page. Yeah, submodule. So if I go here, do circuits submodule, can then add a submodule, and what I'm looking for is the RPA branch, right? So if we do XAI RPA, or was it somewhere else? Oh, we have to go to Yen's repo. But where is that? Expressive AI circuits. Okay. Yuen Pern Y. Yes, the lovely Yen. And he has this XA RPA. And if I'm not mistaken, you can do this possibly. Does that work? Probably not. Okay, but I want to be in XAI components. Oh, sublib. Okay, so I was using the wrong thing. So circuits, components, sublib, and then we do this. That work? Or would it be like XARP? Or could I just like this, you mean? Oh, okay, so it's like hard coded in there that we have this UN's XARP thing. But anyway, so that is cool. And now if we refresh, we now have RPA. And we can init, close, and debug, and open a URL.
Cool.
So it's probably not enough, but let's see if we can init at least. That'll be useful, I think. So visual. Why does that not want to work?
Is that one of the...
It's like, I think there's a bug when you switch tabs. Right, Frieza? Like sometimes this stops working because like events are funky. Or is it possible that we need to fix this? Okay, so just need to refresh it a couple of times. Chrome, yes, we want Chrome. Oh, why did it not work this time? That's weird. Is it because I had nothing connected to it? It worked? Oh, that's weird. That's interesting. You're going to have to maybe debug this RPA in it a little bit. Turbo. Actually, I think we want false for turbo for now, just to so that we can see things happening. And there's examples in his thing. Open web page circuits. Interesting. So if we go to XRPA and examples, we can open up this. Okay, let's see if this runs. Which might be a little weird because okay, so that looks like
you may
this.
Have you restarted? Yeah, it should.
Let's run that again. That's interesting. Let's look at the
Imperial Guard wants to tell us that all jobs with computers are fake.
Oh, right. I might need to install that RPA library first. That is a good point.
You need to pip install the requirement.
Yeah, but something is kind of weird about this because the name is table.org RPA basic and core, but if you look at the Python, we're not using that name.
Go to the init file there, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
That is weird. I mean, we are generating that from think that is something about the new compiler. Maybe.
So I think if we add this in the init, then that gives us things, but it's a weird. Why is the compiler generating that in specific? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Like it should know that it's the stable RPA basic and so on.
Yeah. Could it be that we need to reload the nodes or something? Could be it.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it uses the information it gets from the circuit file.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, we just need to... Yeah, the example was old, so we need to reload those things. But now that we have that,
okay,
we can do pip install RPA, or was it something else?
Yeah, I think it's pip install RPA, but you can do a pip install with the requirements txt file.
XCI component or pip install -r. Where are we at? Oh, okay. So pip install -r requirements.txt. And now we have RPA. Sweet.
Okay.
And
yes.
Now, if we run this,
oh yeah,
okay.
the change that you put into the init file.
Yeah, I need to not mess things up. There we go. So if we go back to basics and then run it again. Cool. So now, what's going to happen because I am running Chrome right now? Aha. Cool. So that is a good start. What other things can we do? So we can init and then our close and our error and our debug. And then we can do the
I guess
URL.
We can take a look at what there is in the RPA library.
Yeah.
And go from there.
So we can have it type and do stuff. And read, snap pictures, double click, click. You can apparently do some OCR. And you can have it do some keyboard things and mouse things and Telegram things.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we're at testing the RPA components, I think we want to, so what are we going to automate? So my idea was that I would like to use OpenAI to get every email that I receive. And then and then use OpenAI to classify that email. And then if it is a certain type of email, I want it to draft a response for me and then save it somewhere.
So in this case, you could like make it go to your email account, log in, and
Yeah. Is there some simple... So the thing about this is it's going to create a new it's going to create a new Chrome, right? So it will have to log in.
I think you can tell it what account to use.
Hmm. So we have RPA init, right? And yeah, I guess let's look at what this is. I don't use Hey, but I thought they'd have maybe like a sample or something like that. Visual. Let's see if I can.
Another
Let's look
thing
up.
that you could do for
Take
that
care.
is also use something like Zapier. But then we wouldn't be using like RPA. That would literally be connect to your email account with IMAP or POP, and then get the emails, produce something, and I guess IMAP would be capable of creating drafts and saving them there too.
Yeah, so it seems that init does not take any like... So what I would like it to do is to use one of my profiles in Chrome. My ExpressAI profile specific would be very useful. But essentially, it wouldn't be doing that. Right? We'll be stuck with an empty Chrome every time. So essentially like an incognito window that it needs to log in every time and do stuff.
Yeah, it looks like that RPA library is it looks like it is kind of trying to start fresh each time.
Yeah. And that's doable, just a little annoying on the live stream to do.
Right.
What else could we do that's interesting? We could make it Google stuff, but what would we have at Google? Get Google for our competitors and write nasty emails to them. Or something like that.
Yeah, that's there could be other things that I mean, at first it's mostly like the same things that you would get with something like Playwright or Puppeteer.
Yeah.
Especially for web automation. I mean, I think it's using like Phantom.js and stuff too, especially for the headless mode.
Yeah, does it only have browser automation?
It's, I think it does more than that. Yuan, tell us, you're the expert.
Yeah.
Does it do more than just browser automation?
And it's a super small library when you think of that.
Yeah, there's this tag UI library
that's like the new one, right? Or something like that.
Yeah. So Yuan, You're asking what else does it support other than browser automation? Oh, interesting. So if you go to the Tag UI site, you can see that. Let me share that quickly. So Tag UI works with a simpler setup. You can create very simple flows. And it says, besides web identifiers, you can use images of UI elements and coordinates. So I guess it does the non-browser automation with I guess by just looking for things that look the way that they're supposed to.
Possibly. I mean, I think because it's because when you init, it's asking Chrome browser. Oh, what if you don't do Chrome browser?
Yeah.
What if you do that? So we go here. Visual false, Chrome true. So if we get rid of that and put false in there, what happens? Aha, so Chrome browser, so URL requires Chrome browser equals true.
Yes.
So I think we can go to here where we have the basic ones and make a couple of others. Let's start with the keyboard one. The keyboard one might be a little more interesting. So RPA keyboard, and then let's get rid of.
Oh, interesting.
Docs.
So I'm looking through the documentation here, and it has like listed as one of the pro functions the vision function here. And that says to run a custom Skillex program. And that is something that allows you to well, interact with anything that you see on the computer screen.
Okay.
And yeah, it uses OpenCV-based image recognition to recognize UI components.
Interesting. Let's do key. So I can download, unzip, frame, pop-up vision.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
I remember Skillex.
It is kind of you would be using vision and the keyboard and mouse functions to do things if you go beyond the web browser.
Yeah. Okay. Let's start with the keyboard stuff. So if I go back to here and we look at the keyboard, you do like command space, Safari enter. Okay, visual automation true, Chrome browser false. So let's do it that way. So I want visual. Let's put Chrome to false, visual to true. And then instead of RPA URL here, we will keyboard, and then the keyboard is going to take, I don't know, what do we call it? Input. Yeah, inputs, I guess. Then we'll do r.keyboard self.inputs.value. I think we can put this in here, but I could be wrong. And then put typed inputs self.inputs.value. Okay, and let's go back here. We'll reload our components, open up RPA. We have RPA keyboard. Look that up. And then the string that we want can be just like this here. Right, so we want to do Command space, then Safari enter, and then Command T. Sleep, yeah. Ah, darn, killed the sleep component. Then let's look for sleep as well. Okay, so I think sleep is by default 1. And then after that, put Safari enter. That's what it said here? I think so. Safari enter. Then Command T. Let's just move this finish over here. Kind of want finish to be like always on the right side. That would be kind of cool.
Just stuck to the right side.
Yeah, so something like where like there'd be arguments as circles here or something like that would be kind of cool. Okay, and then so where is that sleep component? Is that in general?
Did we even? I mean, you can just put like you could have searched for it with the search bar on top.
Yeah. Okay, and then here put. Why doesn't this work all the time? This is so weird. Command T. Okay, so if we run this, what happens? Neither Jython nor JRuby available. That sucks.
Right. That is a thing. I think I've seen something about that in the documentation for the RPA library. And yeah, macOS, due to tighter security, you have to install PHP manually, and you also need to do something for the Java stuff. But they're not talking about Jython or JRuby.
Yeah, I do have PHP, so that should work. Let's try running it again now that I've enabled PyCharm to do stuff. Okay, cool. That's nice.
Did something work?
So
I was just
yeah, so
I just looked away to figure out what's with this Jet and JRuby thing.
yeah, so it did work. Not sure why that JRuby thing came up, but it did work, and it's able to get it to control the computer with the keyboard, which is good. So I guess we need to do a couple of other things. Okay, so if we're doing the visual stuff, we can take screenshots, but can we read things? I think we have to use the OCR then. What are these pro features?
Package in a second.
Oh.
According to the tracking, they're right in front of my door. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. So I'm not sure about these pro things. Okay, so we have a browser, and I think we can change this to do like Command N to open a new window in Chrome, and then it can do something like HTTPS google.com. Right? And if we run this, I think I forgot something very important. But Command N do nothing. Now let's put this to Command N, and this can be Command L and google.com. That was the Command N. Then it's going to do, so the wait time is pretty long, but Command L does the address bar, and then it will try to go to google.com. And it does not play too nice with Japanese keyboard layouts, apparently. It's a little annoying. But let's go, let's do something fun. So if we go to news.pycombinator.com, and I think what we'll do is try to read stuff. And then how do we read stuff out of Chrome? Is it this vision thing? Or can we use vision? It says pro features. But Not sure how that works. So let's look into it real quick. So we're going to run some Xircuits commands. Which is a Java thing. Let's see if we can find some commands that we can run here. Because I don't know how to write Xircuits scripts. And I'm not sure if it's going to tell us how to do. Use it? Yes, I want to use it. Okay. Find text API. So we do find text. Find all text in the match. Get text. Okay, I guess it's worth a shot. So if we go to the Hacker News website, I'm going to see if I can click on this new button. That's a bad idea. Let me go, if I can click this login button. Yeah, I'm not going to log in, but let's see if we can do that. So we need to go back into here and create a RPA vision. I guess that's what we'll call it. Vision component. That's going to take the inputs, and then we do vision inputs. Running Xircuits command. Is that what it's called? Xircuits? Yeah, I think it's Xircuits. Okay, and then once we have that thing, save, go back here, refresh that, then take this vision, and I think we're going to try to do find text login. And then what do you do? I guess we're gonna also look at the result of that, I guess. So res equals that. And let's print out.
So
the
supposedly
results.
they have an IDE even for the Xircuits.
Yes, they do. So I do kind of want to do it all in here, but is that IDE like going to be useful, or is it just going to be like a way to enter a script? Because if it's just a script, you know, going to be a little weird.
I have no idea, but technically you have it already. You should be able to. You just have to figure out where the Xircuits jar file has landed. And
well, it is here. It's trying to run some stuff, but not doing a good job. Let me try it again. Okay, Command N. Command N worked just now. It's not working. Why is that?
No idea.
Okay, what if I change this to command space, and then instead of command L, we do Chrome enter. And then here we do command L. And find text login, and then return the result. Let's see what that does.
Interesting.
So the command N.
That if you look at your top left.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So
see that the Xircuits IDE is coming up apparently.
Yeah, so it's running the Spoolie IDE there. So, whoa, that's going crazy. What in the world did it do? Definitely no good.
I have an idea what it's doing. You told it to run command L https + / news. So it's still holding
so
command.
All in command. I see. That is kind of annoying. Okay, but it makes sense. Okay, but anyway, yeah. So the thing about the command N not working is because it's running Spoolie X. Now it's not going to do the thing. So we have to switch to Chrome somehow. Then run, command N, which I think I would rather have it do command N. So we switch to Chrome, create a new window, and then we can sleep again. All right. And then
I guess that actually gives us an opportunity to try something there. Interesting. So this Xircuits thing supposedly is a what you see is what you script tool. So we can probably I think we should try this IDE and take a look at the scripts that it produces, because that will inform us for what we need.
Okay. Let's just run it, I guess. And then we can open it up. Cool. So if we do it this way, it's going to be running Chrome with with my account. So if I have a login thing, I'll just use that, which is kind of what I want. Okay, and so after a few seconds, it should have tried to find the login button. Seems it's still running. So results true. Not very helpful.
Yeah, let's take a look at
anyway.
the Xircuits thing.
So in tag UI, I think we'll be able to find it somewhere in here.
Yeah. You can just Java that.
Can I have two instances of that thing running? That might not be ideal. So let me also not full screen this. Makes
Okay,
things a little weird.
let's
See that? So it's starting and then
complaints about.
fails because I'm kind of running probably really new Java.
Yeah,
Library,
probably want something
Java,
like Java 8.
let's do JDK 1.8, contents, home, in Java. Go on. Yes.
That should happen. Oh, it's
Yeah, maybe it's just still starting. It could be just still starting, but I don't know.
let me guess. It probably tries to start something else, like a second process, and then uses your default Java.
Hmm.
But I guess it
I
also
can't open settings.
you know.
Yeah, it is working.
It is also an academic
Janky.
project, apparently.
Yeah, that it definitely is. Did it say? Did it say anything about how to run it? Just download.
I mean, they say that Java 9 is supported, at least on their own website.
$82 megabytes. It's quite the download. It's a chunky boy.
What is even in there?
Can I double click it? But if it says works with Java 9, let's also use that. I think I have Java 9.
So what version
Virtual
did it download
machines,
just now?
2.0.5 Mac.
Okay, so that includes OpenCV. So that's probably the main reason why it's such chunky.
Okay, well that worked. So I do find text login. What is that going to do? And what are the...
Yeah, I have expected to see a bit more than that, to be honest. Yeah, and the quick start is like, here's how you start the IDE. That's what I found.
Yeah, and then like run scripts, and it's like, okay, but what are the commands? But it does look like the RPA tool is just running Schooly behind the scenes anyway.
Yeah, that's what
so,
it looks like.
If we know how to use the mouse in Schooly, then we can just like condense things all into one thing. How to run from the command line. I don't care how to run it from the command line. That's not what I want to see. I want to look at the find all feature text and OCR feature.
Oh, interesting. They have so many websites, but schoolyx.github.io appears to be the useful thing.
Oh. Cool, there's getting started. Then the scripts I'm using. I don't know what language it's using though in the IDE. I'm going to guess it's Python.
Yeah, if you go to the SchoolX API, I guess it gives you some more information about what's going on, like what you can use.
Pop up, pop error, pop ask, input. You can do keys, OCR and text. Scripting, then screen interactions, okay. Location, pattern, just add some simple examples. So you didn't run the scripts there. First steps. Wait, click, fix this. So I'm gonna try. Let's just try something, I guess. Just go into here, or let me close out this thing. I don't think it's. Oh wait, let me. Now I remember what it was I was looking for. What I wanted to see was just how to use the keyboard. Okay, so screen keys. Type, key down, key up. So if I type, then there's modifiers. Type key dot escape. Okay, so it's a less convenient in the scripts, but and is there command? Yeah, there is command. So in here, if I do type key dot cmd, and then key dot tab, and then I look, find text, GitHub. We run this. Maybe do something like that. Not sure how it works when you have multiple monitors. That might not be ideal. Yeah. Then once, so the main thing is I'm looking for something on the screen and I want it to click that thing. And I wish I could search in here. But let's see, if this has find text, this does not have find text. Matching an image does not have find text. Pattern does not. Screen. Okay. And this part really sucks about the RPA filter. It's not exactly super useful unless you're inside of a browser, in which case that is super useful. But then it's not in a useful thing.
Yeah, it's kind
On a
of
useful browser.
yeah. If you're just going to use the browser, then you might as well use Playwright or Puppeteer, I think.
Yeah.
Or yeah, one of the many browser automation things.
Choose app class.
I guess if you create an app, like with this app class thing, then you can limit it to that particular app. Maybe.
Focus, close, set username. This valid is running main. I see. Okay. There's no find text here. That is so crazy. Oh, there's Finder. Find a text. The find text is not here. But it can find all.
Do you think that is
images.
because it can't really look for text within any application?
Interesting.
So I guess you
so
try
it needs to match an image.
Match whatever thing.
But
my main problem is that their examples are a bit weird.
Yeah.
Like, find an apple emoji. What does that even mean? Like, is it looking for that particular emoji? Is it looking for an image? Because it often looks like they're expecting that you give them an image to pass. Yeah. Not entirely sure, but that really makes sense.
Click. Snap and visual can type OCR. Hover. Interesting. So the hover thing kind of makes sense. And that's something you can do, right? So we're here, and then we're going to run the vision, which should be wait, no, because this is not a schooly thing. These are our things. So we would need a hover thing. But yeah, I think, hold on, there's a vision, right?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really tell.
There's an API reference, pro functions, vision. And where did I see that find text? I could have sworn I saw it somewhere. Oh well, I think what we can do instead is create the hover, and then there's click, right? That's mainly what they're showing here. So you keyboard, you hover, and then mouse down, mouse up, or there's also click and double click. So let's do this. So if we're going to the orange site, I can copy this thing, and then in the location in which I have this file, I can paste. Can I paste?
I think you can't directly paste it here. It's not like a proper file browser.
Okay. But I can't paste there. Is there an easy way to capture snapshots? I can save to preview. Okay, and then that will give me something. So this is a little janky, but okay, so I can do this. Right, save to preview, then save it in my projects, other projects, Express AI, circuits. Okay, and ooh, that's not what I want. Let's save this to login PNG. Cool. Now in here, in the basics, we have, let's do RPA click. And then we'll do image. Then this would be click, self inputs value, clicking on. I guess I'll just put clicking because we can't really show the image there. I can also, while I'm at it, do double click.
You could actually show the image there.
I can?
Remember how we did that for like in the last stream or the second to last stream with the display stuff?
Ah, but I forgot.
But then it needs to be like opened as an image and stuff. So
yeah. Okay, I think we can also hover. So just do RPA hover. Right, and then we have keyboard, which can type. Then we have mouse things. Then vision, which can help us OCR stuff, I guess. What else can this thing do? It can read some image. And then we can also snap something. I don't know why there's two things in Snap, but there seems to always be two things in Snap. And then you can also click on a location.
So the first thing is kind of a name or something. Like in web automation, when you use Snap, it uses page and then a target. But in keyboard automation, it's using like a PNG. So is that a reference to what exactly it is supposed to snap or so?
Good
An element
question.
identifier can also be a PNG or BMP image snapshot representing the UI element.
Ah,
If the
okay,
image
I see.
file
So we need
does not
to.
exist, OCR will be used to search for the text on the screen to act on the UI element.
Let me add some XY action to these things. This would be double click. And then when hover, we can also hover an XY coordinate. That would be useful. Okay, hovering, double clicking. Okay, and then I guess we want read and snap. This thing needs so much better like documentation. Page is web page. Then file name to save. Element identifier. And then what is an element identifier?
The element identifier is usually an image. Or page, if it is a web page, apparently. And yeah, Yuan says the element identifier could be an image or a set of coordinates.
I see. Well, having it snap an image is a little weird. But I guess I can kind of see it. But if we can do snap X and Y, that kind of makes sense. But how big do you want to snap? How do you specify the size of the snap? And the file name to save. So this is going to be snap image or XY. And file name, which is an inarg str. And if the self dot hold on. Okay, so RPA click is image. So if self dot image dot value is none, then we do the X and Y. So this is dealing with files, and then this is also image. Then snap takes image, and if there's no image, we are going to snap X and Y and self.filename.value, something like that. And then if it is, then this would be self.snap image.value self.filename. Very interesting URL like API that they have here. Page is web page. And then read is x1, y1, x2, y2.
Yeah.
And
So read in.
I think, yeah, read I kind of like. That should be useful. So let's also add read. Make sure that this is a component. Okay, so RPA read, and then it's going to take x1, y1, and then x2, y2. Then it will have an out arg of text. Okay, and this should be read self.x, 1.value, y1.value, self.x2.value, self.y2.value. And then the result of this, so reading res, and then self.text value to res. Okay, that seems to be basically usable. And get rid of this thing. So we've now gone to Y Combinator. I think we'll do this. And then enter. Then instead of that, then let's go back here, refresh. Then we will click on image, which, why doesn't that work all the time? It's so weird. Okay. I called it login.png, I think. Yeah, login.png, this thing.
Whether we should come up with a file format that can pack additional files like that. Because now if you copy that circuits file, it will be broken because, well, the file isn't there, the login file.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like if you have like attachments or something like that, that could be a thing. Oh, we have actually a lot of comments.
Yeah, Yuan was commenting on some things.
Yeah, actually, being able to copy and paste, like duplicate, would be nice. That's definitely something that we want to do if we can. Especially like now because we have to add like these sleep components everywhere. I guess ideally these RPAs should have like a sleep parameter that you can then set.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if you had let's say we made a base RPA component that had sleep. Will our code generator work if we extend that? I think not.
No.
At least the old one did not.
So the problem there is that it won't know what there is, like what the inputs are, because it just uses the AST for that. We could make it such that it could theoretically know.
save that. I think I have to reopen this thing. Frieza did say that when you switch tabs in Chrome, things get a little messed up.
No, I see. Oh, that looked weird.
That was very weird. What I'm looking for is not here. We were messing with RPA examples. Read open web page. There we go.
Yeah, you changed the original thing.
Yeah. Okay, and then one cool thing is when I'm taking a screenshot here, I can look at this. So I want to click the login, and then I want it to read from, let's see, 0, 100 to, let's say 400, 250. So 0 y should be, yeah, changing tabs is no good. And that's quite annoying. So we got to do 100 here. And then we want 400 to 50. Okay, so 0, 100 to 400 to 50. And then we will print the text. Right there. And then we'll have like the first start of automation that we could finally do.
Yeah.
In comp arg is not defined because I wanted to be fancy. Okay, let's close that, rerun. Okay. Command space. And it's going to run Chrome. Now it's going to run Command N. Then it's going to run news.ycombinator.com. Then it's going to click on login. I hope. Maybe not. Now, the location of that PNG file, yeah, I cannot find login PNG. Okay, so it is here, and I think I can copy the entire path and replace that with the entire path. Okay, that didn't work either. Okay, let's just copy this. And I kind of wonder whether we should maybe prepend the current working directory in there. That might be a thing, just to make things a little bit easier and more, less error prone.
Yeah. But then it would need to be something different than a string, right? It should be like a file path or something, so that we know.
Yeah, having it be like super smart there would be pretty cool. Okay, so new thing. It'd be kind of cool if sleep had like a global sleep thing. And then did it do the thing? I think not. Let's see what the browser says. Error cannot find users leaving those projects besides circuits login.png. I assure you it is there.
Honestly, no idea.
Yeah. That can be annoying, but we can be more specific because I know the location of this thing, which is at 1,600 and 1,615, 138. So I'll just make it click there.
Okay.
So 1,615 and 138. And then I'm pretty sure the orange site is never going to change. Pretty sure. Like, it's essentially given, you know. And I'm definitely going to get rid of the sleep components. I think I'll change everything so that it waits by default for a certain amount of time, which will be, let's say, 1 second, and then we can get rid of the sleep components and do stuff, because I'm kind of wondering if the click is happening too fast or something, which is a thing that can happen.
Is the click happening at all?
Oh,
yes, it is.
It clicked. Cool.
Did it read?
Executing RPA read. Did I kill it too fast? I might have killed it too fast. But regardless, we have a thing. And then if we look here, there was read hover init. Yeah, r.wait 2.5, right? So what I think I'll do is in here, we will have a default
there is an
r.wait of just 1. And we'll just do that everywhere.
Before it does anything?
Yeah. And that means that, you know, there's only so fast these robots can move. But it's important that humans are able to overpower the robots if necessary. Pretty sure Elon Musk would agree.
All right.
Okay. And then let's get rid of these sleep components here. Now we can keyboard. We do a little more keyboard. A little more keyboard. We're going to do some clicking, then RPA reading, and then print. Let's run this and then give it, I don't know. OCR is a big thing. Let's give it some time.
Right. And if I understood it correctly, it tries to use Tesseract.
Does it come with Tesseract?
Supposedly.
This is going to be a good question.
But
I do think I have it around if it is necessary. Just kind of used it for the RPCs, the eKYC stuff.
Yeah.
There is the problem that I have no idea when it's going to finish.
Give it a few seconds or minutes.
CPU usage might give us a hint.
Looks kind of low.
Why is Phantom.js running and taking up all my CPU?
No idea.
Okay, should be done by now. Surely. No, it's still executing RPA read.
Is it like downloading something or?
I have no idea. But if we give it space over here, that should still execute the read because it's trying to read from, here to here. And there's no errors or anything, so.
Is it just stuck?
Yeah, it's just still. It could be. Let's see. Did I have Tesseract? I do have Tesseract.
You can try running a PSX. So PSAX. Or maybe without the A. I guess you don't care about the system things.
Yeah. Python. Let's grep tests. No, there's no Tesseract running. Phantom.js is still running though, and I don't know if this is using that or not. Yeah. But we're making progress. And it's pretty cool that now we're able to at least interact with the keyboard. There is use cases for that I'm not too interested in. But
let's take a look at the code of that particular read function.
Is it possible to use?
I'm going to
to find it. Okay.
I've brought it up on my screen share here.
Mm-hmm.
So that is that read method that you're using.
Mm-hmm.
And so what it does is, I guess it sends that to the silly named thing.
Xircuits.
So it asks it to read something, to read result, and then dump that to the RPA Python txt file that it uses to communicate with it.
But Xircuits isn't running right now. So in the bottom here, you would see the Java mascot if it was running. But since it's not running, it means it's not using that.
Where this is. Is it done? And this is like waiting for something forever? Because it does some waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, it has a forever wait loop here.
I see.
And if the silly thing fails because it cannot do the read, it could be stuck. Because it sends that, it sends the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that even go? Like, does that go to the silly thing?
It's amazing how many languages there are in this thing. It's like it's got R, JavaScript, Python, PHP, Java.
Yeah.
Does it say what that directory is somewhere? That it's saving
Where
those
the
files
RPA
to?
Python
I can check.
txt file is.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. So that should be in. Oh, come on. Let me refresh this so I can click on things again. That is using the tag UI init directory. Tag UI init directory is that during the init call. I think.
Okay. Still
fine.
reading, so I'm gonna assume it's dead.
Yeah, it should be in the current working
way
directory,
too long.
supposedly.
I see. And we can check that. So if I make a new terminal, this is the working directory of the thing. There is an RPA Python log, so
yeah,
it said read this to read result, but
so
never
that's
gets
where
there.
It gets stuck.
Fun.
So we would need to, I guess we just start the silly thing and copy and paste that there, maybe. See what happens.
We could, instead of RPA read, we could use the vision thing.
Well, that goes to the exactly same thing, I think.
I wonder if it'll work better with an image. Let me try it. So if I were to take this as an image, and then we save that in circuits as OCR1 PNG, save it there. And then in our script, let's get rid of that. Okay, and then instead of RPA read like this, let's change this to be no longer in comp args. And I tried to be fancy at the end of the day, it made it not fancy. Make an image, and then if, so we wait one, then if self.image.value is none, then we do this thing. Else res is equal to r.read self.image.value. I think that works. So reload the node and get rid of these. And then for the image, call it OCR1, right? And it really should work if that's, we know that that's like the working directory from the log, right? So
yeah,
shouldn't need to give it an absolute path. takes a while for the RPA keyboard to start.
I mean, it does that with a silly thing.
Log in. Now the automation is done. I'll just wait for this to execute. But I did think of a stupid thing. We can have it click on comments, and then based off of the title alone, make a comment. With OpenAI.
That's a way to quickly get.
Cannot find OCR1.png. Why can it not find OCR1.png? When you look at the code, does it prepend some sort of directory to the thing when it's using it? I mean, yes, it's a good way to get banned, but
it is checking whether it exists, and for the exist, it uses like a thing, and if the name is page.png or page.bmp, then it says that it exists. If it what?
Remember what the fuck?
Yeah,
library are a little high.
It's doing really weird stuff. So let me show you this. So it does a lot of checking, and if the name of the file is page.png or page.bmp, it just is like, that is the name for the computer screen, apparently.
I see. And that's kind of why it shows up in the examples very often.
Yes.
Okay.
And I mean, that is... I think that isn't the best way to go about it.
Yeah.
But then after it, there's kind of a lot of different stuff. So if it's like a file, it sends that over to the silly thing. And
wait, what about this one?
The working directory of that thing is, wherever. So you can't use it that way. I guess you may even have to... I have no idea how you may have to specify that.
That is weird. Let's try doing file : / I guess. Maybe that will help.
Maybe not.
So let's do that. We did have 6 people looking for a second there. That was interesting. But then they quickly saw the craziness of what we were doing, and it was like, nope.
Right.
So that is done. Then executing RPA read. And that's taking time. Kind of wondering about Phantom.js just like sitting there.
Just mining Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You could also just kill it if it's.
Yeah, I should probably kill it. There's Phantom JS. Or let's go by percent CPU. Phantom JS is there doing stuff, and if I kill it, that is the tag UI process. It's using Phantom JS to read.
Okay.
Well, that is interesting. You know what's also interesting? I have Tesseract, so we don't have to deal with this thing's bullshit. How do you use Tesseract? If I do Tesseract OCR1.png, LEN output. List lanes. ENG, okay. Of course. Okay, out one.txt. Yeah, let's just kind of do it that way for now, I guess. RPA read. So if we have RPA read, we have an image. Instead of r.read self.image value, we can do it's a good way of doing it. G, let's make this a format string, self.image.value, and then self.image.value out. Let's do underscore out. Right, and then the res will be open self.image.value out.txt read, then os.unlink, I guess.
What are you trying to do?
Just use Tesseract instead.
Oh,
to just like hack it. Yeah. And it's kind of useless in that sense, unless I can get the snap thing working. So we can try that next. Okay, so it's able to go in here, then it will get the OCR. Don't have OS. Rookie mistake. I thought about it for a second there, and then promptly forgot it. Yeah, and this reminds me of the stuff that we were doing with UiPath way back in the day. And yeah, when you make a mistake, the consequences are usually a lot of lost time. In-arg has no value out.
Yeah, guess it's.
It is 1 a.m.
Literally just value.
It's not value plus out.txt. There we go. and then let's suffer through the thing again. But yeah, when doing RPA stuff, it's always been like a process, getting the computer to do things. And actually, recently there's some like bimodal models that are able to look at an image and do stuff, right? That's going to be the holy grail. So right now we're like using Tesseract for this stuff, but pretty soon that's not going to be a thing anymore.
But it's kind of like that. So if you like, whenever you think about doing something or automating it, it's like, okay, time that needs to be done to do it. Then you, in theory, by writing code, you spend some time automating it, and then it takes less time over time. So you have more free time. But very often it's like, you write the code, then you debug it, then you rethink it, and then you do the ongoing development, and you have no time to do the original task at all.
Where did it put
I was explaining something and forgot to take over the stream. So here we have the quick picture of that.
Mm-hmm. No time for the original task anymore.
Yeah.
And it's so true. Okay, so let's just test. If I run Tesseract LENG and then print working directory / OCR1.png and print working directory / OCR1.png_out. And if I can do it right, OCR1. That worked. This did not.
I can scroll down.
Could not create text output file. No such file or directory.
Yeah, because it's using the file.
Oh, yes. It's
using the file scheme
get rid
there.
of OCR1. Okay. Makes sense. Let's go here. Get rid of that. Probably don't have to use the absolute path anymore.
Yeah.
Let's run this. I wonder, is there any open source like bimodal models? There's lots of open source ones, but ones with weights.
Bimodal in like
that they can do both images. What was it? There was a couple that came out recently. Okay, so that did work. So we're getting there. What was it called? So there was one.
What exactly do you mean when you say bimodal?
That it takes images and text at the same time.
Yeah, Clip does that, but you probably want to have
differently. So there's this one. So this is the new one, right? Which is used for robots, and I don't think it's open source, and it's kind of too big. But there were others that were similar. So you can give it an image or like a current image of a video feed, and you can then give it some text, and then from there it can do stuff like push screen stuff into the sort of thing. There's another one of these, and I cannot remember the name.
It depends on what you want it to do.
But for automation like this, the idea is that instead of saying take a picture at XY coordinate and OCR it and then feed that into the OpenAI bot, it would be you'd give it like the page and you say locate the login link, and then it would give you the X and Y coordinate of the login link and things of that nature, where you could like ask the page like give like what is the first line of this document, right? And then it could OCR that thing.
It doesn't need to OCR it.
It doesn't
So
need
if
to,
you're talking
but
about
you could,
web pages, it can just get the text.
yeah. But the model that I'm talking about, that I think was Microsoft, but I cannot remember the name, it had an image, and then there was things that would ask about, information in the image, and then it would use that to construct the thing. And they did the paper with and without OCR.
Layout ML?
And showed that. No, it's not layout ML.
Layout
I know
LM,
that one, but it's not. Layout LM.
And that is a Microsoft thing.
This is a blue link, so I don't think it's this one. No, it's not this one. I know what this one is, but it's not this one. It's a separate one. Man, I cannot recall the name of that to save my life right now. Anyway, let's also do snap. Okay, so we have RPA read, which is now working with Tesseract. And then we're going to click on the link, and then we are going to snap. That's not what I wanted to do. RPA snap, and we want to snap. What was it again? So to get the same things, we want to do 0, 100 to 350, 250. So wait a second, RPA snap only takes two things?
Yeah, snap is I think one of those things that take this. Yes. If you look at the documentation, you see how they are passing page.png as the parameter for snap, and just page for web automation. That is how they can know whether you mean make a snapshot of the website or make a website of the screen, make a screenshot of the screen. So by passing page PNG, you tell it to take a snapshot of the screen.
I see. And there's no way to specify a region that we want to snapshot?
No, you can also pass in a region for that, if I got that correctly. The same way how you do that for read.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so snap should take an x1, y1, and then have an x2, y2. I can't tell you how much easier it is to do it this way. Snap self dot
And I
X2.
think the reason that they call it... And when you're... yeah, right. Okay, I see it. You're doing that. So, yeah. I think what you had there looked kind of right. And I think the reason why they use page PNG and page is because they sent that to tag UI.
Mm.
And tag UI, yeah, you kind of need to go several things deep to understand what's going on.
Yeah, that's like the problem. This is it's like everybody wants to make a script type of thing.
Yeah.
Then I think this is 250. This is an interesting issue. Is like if I do this fast enough, it works. But if I take too long, it doesn't work.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Snap saves a screenshot of the whole page, an element or a region. Can use DOM, XPath, region, and image identifiers.
Damn it. Okay, fine. I'll use the literal string. It's like when it works the fine like 90% of the time. OCR snap.png. Let's call it that. Okay, and then the image will be OCR snap.png. That's not connected, is it? That's not connected. Okay, fine. Connected. There we go. Let's see if this works. Once we can read the screen, now we can tell it to do anything we want.
It kind of looks like the best way to understand that particular RPA library is by trying to read the tag UI documentation.
Invalid resolution 0 DPI. Using 70 instead. That's weird. But it seemed to work.
Seems so, yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the output then? Yeah.
Just log in using password.
Interesting
cool.
that it puts like brackets there.
Yeah, because there is brackets here, and it's kind of
brackety.
It's the way that Tesseract is like. Okay, so I think with this we have everything we need to then take that and start, doing things with the AI. So we can, from end here, I'm going to do a restart real quick. Save, refresh. Oh man, that's like totally broken. Why is that broken? That was very annoying. Anyway, so let's do the authorization dance. And then we can get model. I don't think we need to get the model, but we can generate. Then the model name is, what is the model names? What was it called again? Playground, right? Playground.openai.com. I hate the OpenAI website. Show me the thing. Show me the thing.
It's
like,
platform
where do I
dot.
platform this? Okay, so let's log in with Fire. Let's press account. Verify I'm human. I am human for now. Okay, so we should have a text completion. And for text completion, we need to completions. They use text DaVinci 003, which I think is one of the models I have, and kind of the main one. So if we go back here, put that in there, text DaVinci 003. Okay, so what can we do? We have the page as the input, and we have this text. Did we have format string?
I think we have concat. Yeah, we have
concat string, but not format string. Okay, so this is where the final step that we're going to do comes into play, which is like engineering this prompt with something like LangChain or not.
Think that we are not going to get too much done today anyway, because it's like 40 minutes left. I have to leave on time today.
Well. I mean, I think we're pretty much almost done. We don't need to necessarily wrap LangChain.
Yeah, I think we are not going to do that today.
But what could we do instead of clicking login?
So I think
okay, yeah, let's do the thing. Instead of this click, right? Get rid of it. Get rid of these things. We're going to have it read that section of the page, and then we're going to say prompt write a witty response. How do you spell witty? To the following.
I think witty is with 2 T's.
Yeah, I think so. Why is it sounding it's wrong?
Is it?
It's not going to care.
Without the H?
Actually. Oh, to the following headline. Maybe Hacker News. Response comment to the following Hacker News headline. Right. Yeah. Okay. Then let's concat string. For A, we're going to use that. Does it need to be connected first? I don't think so. Yeah, when it doesn't work. It's kind of weird. That's working fine. That doesn't want to work. Okay, so use headline, enter, right? And so that's the A. If it would connect. Okay, and then we take this text as B. Then we go to OpenAI generate. Use this as the prompt. Use this as the model name. Leave those as default. And then what are we going to do with this results? We kind of, I guess we'll just print it out. Print it out, then we'll close the browser. Then we can play with the location a little bit. RPA keyboard. And then we'll do RPA, thank you. Keyboard. Keyboard, please. One last time. There we go. Last time's third time's charm. We want to do Command W. And then we're done. I could also make it like say the thing, but I don't think we. It won't show up on the
you
screen.
mean
anyway.
say as in use the
say
say
it out loud.
command? Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we can just print it. I think that's.
Oh, why do you not work? What am I doing wrong? What did I do to offend you?
I think you need
what
to
kind of weird
reconnect.
Status. Yeah, what kind of weird status is it in right now? So weird. Let's do a quick restart.
I think it would be good for us to, rework the body widget here.
Possibly, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to run it. It's going to take some, it's going to OCR some random part of the Hacker News screen, and I've asked OpenAI to generate a witty response to the headline. And when it is finished, it should close that. There we go. So it says The Lost Art of Lucker, 142 points. Low latency guide. And generate. Okay, so that didn't work too well, but I think we can make it better.
Yeah, one of the things is that you need to give it more space, I guess.
Yeah.
Or
is there anything better
so
than
it gets like the headline?
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like it got both the headline and the points and so on.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Is there anything better than Hacker News that we can do here that doesn't expose my emails? Not that they're very special.
But for your emails, I think you probably shouldn't go with RPA. There is a library that There's a Python library for Gmail that you could
Mhm.
use that could like create the drafts for you.
Yeah, that's true. Hmm. Stability AI starts acquiring stuff. Can they acquire us? That'd be cool. They need a low code ML platform, I think.
Probably.
Yeah. Let's see. What is another interesting alternative thing that we can do just to show the point? Hmm. Let's make our website better. I think that's a perfectly valid thing. Go to Express AI, have it
Have it write some sales copy for us, just of OCRing the website.
yeah. Let's make it go here. Okay, so this will be kind of fun. So let's go tell it to go to Express AI / about us, and then I want it to snap 300 by 300 by 400, and then let's do 900, 800. No, that's too much. 900, 700. So it's 3, 3, 4, 7, 8. So 300, 800. Was it? 300, 400 to 700, 800. Let me just double check that real quick. Okay, so 3, 4, 8, 7, or 9, 7, I think. Let's do that. 900 by 700. Okay, we're going to take that copy, snap it, OCR it, concat. Okay, so let's see. The following is a what is it? Explains our company's mission. Explains our company's mission. Right? Then concat, and then instead of print, let's also concat again. I find that having your instructions at the end sometimes makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, let's try that then.
So model name is fine. So concat that. So the following is company's mission. Got that, and then take that there. Put that there. Why do these stop connecting? Okay. Improve. Let's put it enter. Improve this mission statement by making it longer and more, I don't know, interesting. Let's start with that, I guess. It can't hurt. Take that as the prompt and get it to actually connect. We could get it to actually connect. Maybe use my mouse. Okay, and the completion, go to a print. So keyboard, finish, make a print, print out the results, and then tell it to print. Okay, this will be good. Let's see if the AI cannot make our website better. It should be sad, but might be
I
funny.
mean, if it can. We're not the
If it can,
greatest copywriters. So.
yeah, yes. Okay, so reading, our mission, executing print, okay, then authorize, generate. Our mission is to revolutionize the way. I think I need to give it more max tokens.
Yeah, I think so too. Is it like 1?
Shouldn't be 1. I think maybe it was 10 or something, but let's give it.
It's probably something like 256, like the minimum. And because and that it usually includes the prompt, so you probably should put it to like 1,000 tokens or so.
But this is like the output, this max tokens.
At least on the playground,
and I do think
the max tokens includes the prompt.
Oh, yeah, else 16. Not,
yeah, okay.
I don't know why I used 16. Whatever. Let's put I think 256 should work. Let's do that. So let's stop and run it again. Kind of dumb to like do the whole RPA thing, but it's just to
kind of
prove the point.
Yeah, but you want to test drive the RPA components anyway, so
exactly. And ideally, somehow allow it to interact with this page somehow would be kind of cool. Okay, so Express AI's mission. Our mission is to make AI a ubiquitous part of the business process, bringing its powerful capabilities in companies of all sizes and industries. We strive to put AI right at the core of any business, empowering people with its features. This is so much better, you know. I guess
feel like empowering is coming up over and over again.
Yeah, it's kind of.
We aspire to be a key player in the ongoing creation.
It's like
yeah, I think we.
It's trying to be super epic, you know.
Yeah.
You
should probably just, spend a few hours going through our website and replacing stuff.
Yeah, and replacing stuff with whatever the AI says.
I mean, it's about, I guess, as good as an entry-level copywriter.
Yeah, which is arguably better than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, arguably. You give yourself too much credit, kind of thing. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. We are able to do that kind of stuff, which is nice. I don't know if so. This website, it can be edited.
Oh, so think about then sending it to the thing and then editing it.
Yeah, exactly. We can
so
totally
make it
go to the website.
More RPA. So you want to use the RPA thing to edit this.
Exactly. We can have it click it.
Editing it manually is already a pain. Like
Yes.
this editor
Okay,
of
click
Odoo
this.
is so painful to use.
Yeah, this is gonna not
It will just break the
work
website or itself.
Yes, it will. It will totally do that. So let's not do that. But we can have it enter this into a Word document.
I think
quite easily. I think that would work. If you do Word, open, and then you can start typing it in there. That would actually be kind of cool to see. Just to see it, I guess. So after that, instead of this, let's do command space again. That now my computer's getting slow for whatever reason. I'm not sure what it is, but I can feel it with the mouse. Let me get more. I can give it more juice. It is saying I have only 6% battery left. Even though it is plugged in, but the hub that I have plugged in doesn't give it enough watts.
You need one of those fancy 300-watt chargers.
300 watts.
Yeah.
That would be good.
I think USB-C doesn't actually do that.
Yeah. 300 watts, that's a lot. Okay, so just a little extra juice here.
I'm thinking what laptop I should get, or whether I should even get a laptop.
It's interesting right now when it comes to laptops. I would say, like, I have a very, very powerful desktop.
Yeah,
right?
Me too. So,
and I never use it.
I have a very, very powerful desktop, but I use it all the time because I have a great keyboard, I have a great mouse, I have a great screen. So why not use that?
Yeah, I have all those same things, but they're connected to my laptop. I have my keyboard, which I think is great, which I'm not using right now, but when I'm not streaming, I do use it. And I have it connected to my monitor, and everything is good. So yeah.
And it's kind of the main question is whether I should get like an M2 MacBook or get a framework laptop or buy a used ThinkPad.
That is a good question. There's definitely good things about both of those. For me, I'm too stuck on the Mac OS to really use anything else anymore. So I would choose the MacBook. But the framework is very interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. The framework is a great thing, very repairable, upgradable. You don't have infinite dongles.
Yeah.
Because its I/O is kind of built-in dongles.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting way of solving the dongles by having them be built in. Okay, so let's see if this works. It'd be kind of interesting if it does work. Nothing different than what we were doing before, but we get to see it interact with the thing in real time. And then it makes me wonder, like, how good would GPT-3 be at interacting with the computer if we gave it the ability to open a browser and search Google for stuff, and then we send it the results back.
Why did it create several new documents?
I think it did Word, which, because there was no Word document open, Word opened a new document by default.
I see.
And then we did Command N to create a new document, and that's why it's documented.
The fact that you let it write it out is kind of funny.
Yeah. It's like I'm just here sipping my coffee and letting the robots do all the work. Yeah. It's fun, right? Like you don't need to do this way. But at least, if it is in here, then that's good. Although I kind of wonder, does the RPA have a copy paste? Because that would make this a lot faster.
Probably. The ThinkPad that 16 kind of looks interesting. Probably about as repairable as a MacBook, though.
As the framework.
No, I don't think that the Z16 is as repairable as the framework. I mean, it has screws on the underside, so maybe. And the framework has
one thing I've been
so much to offer.
One thing I'm thinking about, though I don't really have, I'm trying to save up money, so I'm trying not to spend money on technology or anything like that right now. But
yeah,
there's like these glasses, right, that have like 1080p screens, and they're not like VR headsets, but they're like just glasses. And I kind of wonder, so there's people who are, it seems that the killer app of those glasses, right, like the thing that all the reviewers kind of tend to do with it is to have a Steam Deck connected to the glasses, essentially. And that is intriguing to me. Like I kind of see that would actually be kind of cool. Because I do have the GPT-Win 3, and that's pretty cool, but you're kind of holding it like this. And after a while, like if you're laying down and playing video games, your arms get really, really tired. And the thought of being able to just like lay down, have your hands at a super comfortable position, but then having the glasses and the screen like up in the ceiling or something like that is intriguing. And being able to do that in an airplane, for example.
Visual glasses, or what are they called? I want to at least take a look.
The ones that were being sold here in Japan were called Nreal Air.
Okay.
Which I thought it was a Japanese company, but it's like a Chinese company, actually. And I don't know why they started selling to Japan first, but they did. And these are the glasses. And like, hey, I could totally use this in the car too, or in the airplanes. Or,
in the car, please don't.
Yeah. Didn't say while I was driving the car, but
while you're charging the car.
You give it to the kids. Yeah, when you're charging the car or something like that. Or in the future when the car's driving itself. And
There are those
yeah, kind of
virtual
interesting.
glasses. They kind of look the same, like the Unreal.
Mhm. But what? So even though these look good, I'm thinking, nah, probably don't want to buy it because, like, if you look at the CES things, there's like a lot of much better glasses in CES this year. Um,
Okay.
so I'm like, it's going to be so much better if you just wait 1 or 2 more years. I think they'll just be like, essentially the same as these glasses.
Oh, interesting. It's also not exactly small companies like TCL.
Yeah, TCL is one of the big ones.
And it's not like if you compare the way how it's working there, it kind of looks I mean, all that I need is I guess just something that has good enough resolution that I could throw an IDE on it.
Yeah.
And
that is a thing, I would say. I mean, I do have my Quest, and I've been using like when my room had like what was it called? Like last a couple of years ago, the dog got fleas, and then the dog for some reason liked to be in my closet, so he just like went in my closet with fleas. Um, and so my room had a bunch of fleas in it, and so I kind of had to spend a few weeks not in my room. So I didn't have access to my monitor, but I needed to do work. So I got the immersed VR thing and used it on my Quest, and that worked out pretty well. But it's not something you can do for too long because of how heavy the thing is. But it works
I
perfectly
also
fine.
found
And
that, I mean, on the Quest, I guess, did the Quest have a higher resolution than the Rift?
it does. It's better, but not as good as the Quest 2. Like I think with the Quest 2, people will be a lot more comfortable
Yeah, I tried
with it. I have to
using the
kind of
Rift
have a
for
big
coding, and
screen.
it was kind of impossible.
Yeah, it's it's like it is doable with the Quest, but yeah, you have to have a big screen, like kind of really zoomed in.
Yeah,
And if you had the Quest 2, I think it would actually be pretty usable then.
but I kind of don't want to buy anything from Meta.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Now, there are
And
rumors that
kind of
Apple's going to be
every
releasing some
other
glasses.
like competitor just kind of died or has cut
I don't know.
their things recently.
Yeah, it's really weird in the VR space because it's like Facebook kind of really went all in on it and nothing happened, but it really feels like that shouldn't have been that way. I don't know. Like, yeah, we'll
Yeah,
see.
right.
I think if Apple releases some glasses,
Yeah, if
I will
Apple
probably
releases
get them.
some glasses and they are useful for work, that might be a
Yeah.
good reason to get again into the Apple ecosystem.
Yeah.
It kind of
And then we can all live the
the
Denno
PSVR
coil.
2 also seems to be pretty cool, especially
Oh
with the
yes,
foveated
it
rendering
is.
that they're doing and those things.
Yeah, so this anime is one of my favorites. And it's essentially AR future,
Yeah.
where everybody has glasses and there's like a one-to-one mapping between the real world and the virtual world, and you can have like pets that interact you know, in the world of the digital, and it's a great little anime. Came out in 2007.
Oh,
It's kind of fun, and definitely recommend it if you can find it. It's just like interesting, like as the digital world gets like viruses and things like that, things start to break down, and then you know, like everything is kind of digital, and you know, the glasses work in a weird way where essentially like it overlays against the real world. So there was some accidents where like a bug in the digital world caused street lights to change color, and then that can cause traffic accidents and things like that. Um, and yeah, it's pretty interesting, I would say.
Looks like it's not on Crunchyroll.
It is kind of old. I wonder if it might be on Netflix. But yeah, I still have it somewhere. I just have to look for it. Okay, so we have 8 minutes left, so I think we'll close here. But I think we set out to do some RPA and then get it integrated with OpenAI, and we were able to do that. Took a little bit longer to do the RPA than I expected, because I actually expected our RPA module to be able to do clicking and all that stuff already, but it wasn't set up that way, so we had to spend time doing that. But yeah, I'm kind of interested in like the next step of this, what you can do with giving OpenAI the ability to interact with the computer somehow. With RPA things would be kind of cool, but I don't think you can do it with just a language model. You're going to have to have a model that can see the screen, and there are models like that, but I cannot remember the name. I remember seeing it on Twitter like the other day, and I'm like, yes, finally we have a model with some potential. And I think it will come eventually, and that's going to be crazy, because you can give it a screen and then you can say, you know, what should I click to do the thing, right? Like you can just ask it that question, and then it can, you know, maybe give you the coordinates of the button, and then if you just send that to the RPA, it could go and click that button and then go to the next screen, and then it'll be very fun. And I don't think it's ever going to be old to, you know, do this and run it and then have the thing typing in Word for you. That's pretty cool.
It's like watching someone else work.
Yeah, exactly. And perfect thing to just have, you know, like sip the coffee or a nice hard cocktail and let the AI do all, let the robots do all the work. This is great. Though the keyboard layout is kind of like a stupid issue here, because it's using the American layout and I have a Japanese keyboard, so
and it's sending
apostrophes
key
are
codes, not exactly not actually the
yeah,
letters.
exactly. We put our customers first, and that is so true. There's so many companies out there that are essentially like, yeah, fuck these customers. And yeah, had to deal with contractors, or not really contractors, but like contractor companies, which are seriously like, you know, yeah, fuck you guys. Yeah, you gave us $50,000. We still need, you know, more. Oh, the guy didn't work out. Fuck that. You did the hours, so pay.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's the
I
regular
can't argue with it.
McKinsey and Accenture model of software development.
Yeah,
Oh, we said it's going to cost 1 million. Well, now it's going to cost 2 million. Pray that they
exactly.
don't alter that deal more.
Yeah, pray I don't alter the deal. Exactly. So you have to keep cutting the scope and cutting the scope. I like this one. This one is a little smaller. Now, this one was getting like pretty long when I was writing it. This one's a little bit smaller. But this is kind of cool just to like have 3 or 4 things to look at, and then you can mix and match and then copy and paste it into the website.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we can wrap up.
Yeah. So I think we're another mission successful here in Circuits Land. It is a versatile tool that can do anything you need very quickly. And yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing this. So everybody can expect this RPA to be updated. I mean, I guess like, so Yen's version is like pretty Spartan. So I think we should have our own version that just forks off of that, but then implements the rest of the things. Because all he has is like open URL. So probably it's useful to have other things. Though I'm not a fan of
I
this
think it would
library,
make
this
sense.
RPA library.
Yeah, I don't like the library itself. It's
Yeah.
I hope to get a lot more from it. I mean, we could look into other RPA functionality, but it's always a little bit. It's kind of hard with that RPA libraries, because if it is cross-platform, then it can't really do much more than just those vision or OCR based things, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you try to go then and like work with that, yeah, it's not easy. If you have something that's specialized on Windows, that's easier. If you have something that's specialized on macOS, that's easier. If you have something that's specialized on Linux, you're still going to have a lot of pain, because there's an infinite amount of Linux libraries, like UI libraries. And if you want to automate just a browser, don't get a full RPA library.
Yeah. Automating the browser is
as fun as it is to watch it type out the thing into Word, you could also like, we could have a component that just creates a Word document. Because
that reminds me, there's another component library that I think we should have, which is PyExcel something, and just be able to build a spreadsheet from circuits would be actually a really useful thing. Definitely don't need RPA for that.
Okay.
So I think we'll finish up the live stream today. So thanks everyone who came along, and see you guys next week, and see you then.
See you then. Same bad time, same bad channel, as they say.
Yep. Talk later.
Okay. Bye-bye, everyone.